live. Okay. So that's how this works. Sorry, I've been learning this. I don't even know how everything's going, but I'm assuming this is gonna work. Yeah. Anywho, we're just gonna be doing homework today, which is fun. Which is not really that fun. And that's just how life goes. I have a Discord, and the reason I have a Discord is because I won't be able to hear the little, like, hear you guys comment on YouTube, because if I keep that open, it's going to cause my computer to lag, and I won't be able to draw. So, the benefit with Discord is it will ting, and I'll hear that ting and be able to respond to you. Or, even if you want, you can hop into the video chat, and I'll actually talk directly with you. And, I prefer that one, because I like talking rather than typing. It doesn't pull me away from what I'm trying to do. So yeah, I've been streaming on Twitch this entire time because I didn't realize I can stream on YouTube. I didn't realize that was a thing. And the whole story behind that is because the program I use to stream before, a little while before, like I think last year, wouldn't let me just stream on YouTube, so I was always on Twitch, thinking, YouTube's gonna be a little turd. So, yeah, that's how that goes. And then I just was curious today and decided to try it, and I'm like, oh, I can do this, huh? So I'm gonna see if Photoshop is not gonna be a turd too. I know my mouse earlier was being a turd, so we'll see. So far so good. Let me see. Oh, right. This is why I don't like using this screen. Hold on. I'm gonna move my layers over here on this side. Or something like that. I don't know. I have a speaker in front of my desktop, which makes it a little difficult to see the plus new layer button. I used to have it for a hotkey, but I forgot what that hotkey was. Alright, we cooking with fire. That's gonna be working out just fine for me. So what we're doing is we're just making a puppet of my character that I got from Pika Picari Shock. Pika Picari Shock. And I named it Easter. It's a goat dragon hybrid, I believe. Either hybrid or species. I have to reread what she said on the reference sheet, but yeah, I'm trying to make an animated icon for everybody, all of my characters, new and old. Yeah, so there's all the parts. I have the his ears, the ear tufts, the eyes, and the face. I gotta make the body, the arms, and some blinking eyes, and that's why the eyes are separate. It's because I want them to blink. And within this animation, my goal is for him to pop off, is to, like, the way these creatures move, she said, was through little hops and jumps. So I'm gonna make him look like he's jumping with his cheeks, and he's like being really cute. So yeah. Again, just hop on Discord if you want to chat, because I won't be able to hear you otherwise, because I can't afford a laggy computer. I'm gonna try to keep it up through the live chat, but no promises. If it starts becoming annoying, forget it. Just forget it. I'm not dealing with it. So either find me on Discord or don't chat. I don't know. I don't mean to sound aggressive. That I don't mean to sound mean at all. I'm sorry. Oh man. Anywho, you're gonna have to be patient with me, because if I try to do multiple things at once, my brain can't handle that too well. So I'll forget what I'm doing at one point and then try to remember, and I'll blank out for that minute. I'll be like, literally that. Okay, so right now, I think I got the ears done, I got the tufts done, I got that done. I can either work on the hands or the body. I'm probably going to do the body next, because that's the next layer. So we're going to go through our files here and get that singled out. I don't need that. I don't need the arms. Just need the body, and then yeah. Nope. That's what we need. And the head's gonna sit on top so we can make the layer go over more. So we're gonna select this, press brush, and we're gonna have it go like this. Yes. Also, I'm willing to teach. If you want to learn stuff, you just say so, and I will teach you through. I'm trying to avoid getting off track because I only have today to work on my homework. So, yeah. I just want to start uploading more and being more consistent on social media. So regardless of the content, whether it's good or bad or boring, it's content nonetheless, and I'm gonna try uploading more and trying to be better at this. Trying to be a part of humanity, I guess. I should also let people know, but it's one of those streams where you just want people to show up on their own time. Be their own being. Yeah. I gotta move the blue layer because I can't see the red layer that well. This one. Gotta move it down. There we go. Brighten that up a bit. Oh, no, it's the file that's... Yeah, that's the problem. Alright, I know what to do. There we go. Just took some thought. If I move it behind the head... Oops. Yeah. Yep. Alright, and then I don't use this brush, unfortunately. I love symmetry, and I wish I could get symmetry on the mixer brush. I wonder if there's a plugin for that. But the unfortunate fact of life is this gives a better line. It's a clear line that doesn't, like, it's not transparent at all. It's a very thick line. I gotta go to my brush because I deleted the line I had before. Unless if it's in here, please be in here. Yes, it is in here. Thank goodness. It's a symmetry line telling me where to stop and where to begin. It makes it easier so that way I could do half of the line art and then move forward with it and just flip it. Yeah, I want to work on this side. Rotate. I always put a little flare on the parts that you don't even get to see, regardless, just in case if you can see it eventually, even though there's little to no hope of doing so. Should I make the line thicker? We'll figure that out in a second. There we go. I tend not to be too chatty while arting. I'm gonna try to talk, but if I go dead silent, I'm sorry. It is focused. And I don't know if I could play music at the same time, because I know it's probably gonna sound really bad. And I don't know if copyright's a thing. So, yeah. That's fun. Thanks, YouTube, for making life hard. I mean, Twitch does the same, but they're not as hardcore about it. my whole goal too is I want to try to lure out the Kari Shock person. I know she's often on YouTube. I want to see what she thinks of it so far, because she did create the character, and I like making people smile. So if I could get her opinion on what she thinks, because I'm technically, what I'm trying to do is I've tried to draw this character completely how I would typically draw it, and I just don't like it. It's too realistic, and it's nothing like the original drawing aside from like the color palette and some of the detail. And it's okay if it was its own thing, but if I'm trying to compare it to this, and I'm really, what I'm trying to say is the whole reason I didn't like it is because it made me realize I liked this character because of the style it was drawn in. And I want to keep it within the same style, but I know I can't mimic it completely without issues of like legal stuff and also plagiarism because it is a school thing. This is for school, and I just don't want to copy completely. So that's just, it's not fun completely copying unless if it's somewhat like, oh, you're doing an animation for a job. Yeah. That's probably the only time when I'll copy. Yeah. This is the least fun part out of all of art. I don't know why I do so much effort into the line art. I just do. It kind of sucks that I do it so much, but I do it. I just want to see the line width comparative to the rest of it. I should probably make it a bit thicker. Yeah. I don't want to make it too thick. Or do I? Yeah, let's make it a bit thicker. At 15, and the ears were 30. So let's bump that to maybe 25. I don't know what that did. No, that's 50. Alright, let's see how well that works. We can close out all of these. Time is it? 3 o'clock. Okay, and we gotta do 2 of these today. And some effort on a face animation. I mean, I did some effort towards that. That's clear, if anything, but it's due in a few weeks. So if I don't work on it now, I'm gonna be so, I'm just gonna say it, I'm screwed. I'm fucked. I'm fucked up the ass. I am a PG-13 artist. I can cuss all I want. I don't know, does PG-13 have cussing in it? I don't know. Anybody know this? There we go. I'm just gonna reline this really quick in the 20, so that way whenever I do these parts, it looks more appropriate. Oh, shoot. How's quarantine? I would say that's the common question, but then again, most people can't talk, so I guess it's the common question, but it's not also one that you probably hear often. Because quarantine, you don't talk to people. Yeah. I want more smoothing. I swear I have more of ability to smooth things. I don't need such a high smoother most of the time, but today my hand's shaky because I've been non-stop working, and yeah, I could start to feel the pain in my hand, but I can't stop because deadlines are a thing and college is torture. Go to college if you feel like it's worth it. I'm just biased and a little bit edgy, and I don't like my time spent here. I feel like if you're gonna go to my advice for college is if you're gonna go to an art college, go to an actual art college. Don't go to a college where it's like their main thing is science or law enforcement and they're just kind of starting up on the art aspect of things. Because, yeah, you'll learn things, but if you have a lot of potential and you feel like you're really good at art, I don't think you'll get what you really want out of that school that you found that's just starting out. That's what I'm starting to learn. I feel like if I could have gone to a better a better art school with, like, I just couldn't afford it and my parents refused to let me go out of state. So, the more I'm here, the more I realize that half the stuff that they're trying to teach me, I've already kind of knew, and the other stuff that I'm learning is just boring. It's not what I need to know. But it hasn't hindered me though. I don't know how to explain it. Do it. Just like, you'll just be like, how can I explain this? Like, if it's like, I'm trying to think these words. Okay, so think of it this way, like, you have a greater potential, but you don't get challenged enough in a school that's just starting out. That's what I've been trying to say. You don't get challenged. So, yeah. Try to find something that will be within your skill level or just above, or if not, I wouldn't say go too above, because if you can't meet their portfolio requirements, then you're most likely not going to be able to get into that school. But at the same time, if you can get one that is above and you do pass, go to it if you can. There's nothing wrong with that. It just means that you'll improve way more than you would anywhere else. Because if they have that high requirement of your portfolio and they expect their students to look like a higher skill level, then they're going to make sure that you match that skill level by the time you graduate. Otherwise, they're going to kick you out. I mean, that's the sad and simple truth. But it's not like they're doing it necessarily on purpose. It's just that they all have a certain eye and a certain expectation that they wish their students to follow. And that's another thing you need to remember is no teacher is out to get you. They're out to help you. And use that to your advantage and be honest with people. Who's calling? Hang on, guys. I'm gonna close out the screens real quick. I got some paperwork of life stuff to do real quick, so I'm gonna be right back. Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm back. Hold on, I'm getting everything back now. Yeah, that. Yep. That's how we had it before. Just had some life stuff going on. I'll be moving out of my apartment pretty soon. So that was that. And yeah. I needed to do some paperwork. And with that, you always have to read whatever you're trying to do, because you might sign yourself into something that's bad. And that's no fun. Because once you sign yourself up for something, there's no signing out of it. Okay. I'm making sure all the other programs are closed right now. Alright. We could go back to art. I might put on some headphones because the silence is killing me. No worries, even with headphones I could still hear everybody though. Like if you ever hop on Discord. Yeah, just a reminder if you're watching out there. I have a Discord. Go on it if you want to comment and stuff, because I won't be able to see your comment on YouTube because my computer lags so gosh darn much that it's not worth keeping it open at the same time of me trying to draw. So what I do to compensate for that is I give people a Discord thing where it will ding every time someone says something through text, or you're allowed to even speak directly to me if you'd like. And I actually prefer that version because I don't like typing as much. I like being able to just talk. So yeah, that's a thing. We're gonna do this. I'm just plugging it in on my phone so that way it's not as like power hungry for my computer. Trying to reduce as much lag as possible. Alright. I'm gonna just fix up my legs because they're getting sore. I've been sitting here for a few hours even before I started streaming. So, figures, right? Okay, let's get back to the arting. What was I doing? Why is my brush so big? I was at 25, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, this isn't working. I had a YouTube video playing. My brain. The guy talks so fast that you need to like hyper focus on the dude, and it's like, I want to watch you, but I can't, because you're too darn fast. Oh wait, I got podcasts. I'm sorry, I get sidetracked very easily. Let's read. Let's read. R-E-A-D. G-H-O. Search. Oh, cool, he did upload something new at least. Yippee! Alright. I like ghost stories. Paranormal's real if you haven't been notified of that yet. So. Talk to me if you want to. I'm just gonna stay silent so I can listen to the story. This is going too smooth. Yeah, this is working. Fan isn't running or anything. Is it actually running? Oh, it is running. I just don't hear it. Okay. Maybe I'm not as invincible as I thought. There you go, guys. You could see that. And I could see it too, more importantly. Nope. You know what? Why not the... What am I doing with things? You know what? I'll play it through my phone. Hopefully it doesn't sound like poop. But yeah, we'll play it through my phone and we can do this. Watch this. This is Let's Read, guys. You should listen to him. We'll listen to ghost stories.
The following happened when I was on a school French history trip to France and Belgium back in 2014, which, incidentally, was the 100th anniversary of the start of World War I. However, the paranormal events which occurred in this short trip had nothing to do with the many mass grave sites and historical locations we visited. In fact, they all occurred in the first, basic and cheap hotel we stayed in for the first 2 nights. The hotel, which I have since forgotten the name of, was bordering on a hostel. It was 6 of us to a room and 3 bunk beds, and I was sharing one with my closest friends. I also knew the other boys fairly well. I remember that on the first day we had been awake for well over 24 hours, so upon arriving at the hotel we didn't pay much attention to how it looked. However, we found it surprisingly hard to get to sleep immediately. The first strange occurrence happened while everyone was casually chatting as we lay in bed, probably at around 11 at night. Each bottom bunk had a light underneath it, and they were all controlled from one central wall switch over by the door. I should mention that we had all these lights off as we were meant to be asleep. However, in the middle of our conversation, one of the lights suddenly turned on. It stopped our conversation dead, and we were all slightly confused. This happened several more times with lights going on and off under the bunks while the wall switch didn't move. Everyone was getting visibly spooked at this point. However, one of the boys had found a second switch beside his bed, and we soon realized that every bunk had these to control the 3 lights. With everyone relaxed again, our 14-year-old imaginations calmed down significantly, and everyone began to nod off one by one. Later in the night, at what I estimate was about 1 in the morning, I was still half awake. I have always been a very light sleeper. I was listening to the deep breathing of everyone in the room when I heard an audible click. I turned around and saw the light to the walk-in shower was on. I assumed that someone had walked in to play a prank, but after quickly scanning my eyes about the room, I could see that everyone was in bed. I was confused, but not frightened yet. Shortly after the shower turned on seemingly by itself, I again turned over to face the walk-in shower. Sure enough, through the crack in the door I could see the shower water running. I turned away quickly and lay there for hours, unnerved before falling asleep. The next morning was busy, visiting several historical sites, and it wasn't until lunchtime in a cafe that a few of us brought up the night before. Several others testified to being awake when the light and shower turned on. We were all slightly unnerved, but it wasn't until the next night that things really kicked off. On the second night, everyone fell asleep very quickly, but as per usual, I couldn't sleep. I lay awake slightly nervous, and the main light of the room went on and off at intervals of around 10 minutes for around an hour. Then, at around 2 in the morning, I heard a huge crash, and looked around to see that the shower door had swung open, completely hitting the wall. The light was on and shower running. I was terrified. I turned to face the wall and didn't open my eyes till the next morning. The next day we moved to a different hotel, and the subject of the hotel being haunted was only brought up once more during the trip. Although this is one of the smaller experiences I've had regarding the paranormal, it sticks with me due to how unexpected it was. We found out that the original owner of the hotel had died from cancer, but I saw no evidence or reason that whatever caused the disturbance was her ghost or spirit. It is an experience that will always stick with me as being strange and spooky. When my husband and I first got married, we lived on a third-floor apartment in the back of the complex. Outside our balcony, there was a stream that ran through and connected further down to a river, the Jordan River, which runs through parts of Salt Lake County. I would often sit on the balcony to watch the ducks and just enjoy the peace and quiet. As long as I can remember, I've had experiences with the paranormal, which is another subject, but nothing quite like this. And it quite frankly terrified me, but also completely blew my mind, and it was also kind of cool at the same time. So around a month after we moved in, there was a woman nearby that went missing. Video from her apartment complex showed her running out of her apartment in a pouring rainstorm in what appeared to be a panic, and then she never came home. It was all over the news. It sounds weird, but I felt a connection to her, even though she was a total stranger. We were around the same age, living a few miles apart. I felt very drawn to the case. Turns out a friend of mine knew her, and while I was at another one of our mutual friends' houses, he stopped by with flyers and asked us to come help with the search for her. I had to go to work, so I couldn't help, but I took the flyer and said I would definitely keep an eye out since her apartment, where she went missing, was just a mile or so from mine. I remember sitting on my balcony one night thinking about the missing woman, and the thought came to my mind, she's in the water. By in the water, the Jordan River is what came to mind. I shrugged it off because they were already searching the surrounding area of her apartment, so I figured, well, the river is part of that, and if she's in the water, they'll find her. Well, over a month went by, and they still hadn't found her. So again, on another night, I was sitting on my balcony, looking down at the water, and the thought of this missing woman came up again, and I had this overwhelming feeling that she was in the water.
There it
Not the
is.
water behind my apartment, but where the water behind my apartment connected to the river. I didn't know what to think about the feeling because they'd already searched there. I thought, anyway, and she hadn't been found. Later that night, I was in bed, just laying there thinking about the feeling I'd had on the balcony. My husband was asleep and the apartment was quiet, just the light of the moon barely lighting the room. I was looking toward the door of the bedroom, simply because that was what was in front of me and in my line of sight. And then, in what I can only describe as an instant, this mass came hurling toward me and grabbed me. It didn't move me, but I felt my body how it feels when someone takes both hands and grabs you by the collars, like a wake-up grab. It scared me incredibly bad, so obviously I screamed. I darted out of bed. My husband was also now awake, and I turned on the light. There was now nothing there. I went back to bed, heart racing and trying to process what had just happened, and then it was like my brain was flooded with the word water over and over. 2 days later, they found the missing woman's body in the river, same river that the water behind my apartment connected to. She'd been there for quite some time. When I found out they found her and where it was, I got chills. I think whatever grabbed me that night was her, trying to tell me I was right. She was in the water and she desperately wanted to be found. That was in 2014, and I've often wondered why I felt a connection to her, a total stranger. Was it because there was some kind of energy that flowed through the water, and because I spent a lot of time on my balcony, I picked up on it? Or was it some other connection? I may never know. I've always been into the paranormal world. Ever since I was a little kid, one of my favorite things to do was watching horror movies or paranormal TV shows. I used to get scared very, very easily, but that didn't matter to me. I guess I just liked the feeling of the adrenaline in my body until I got legit goosebumps. Luckily, or not, 2 years ago, I went through a lot of personal stuff and I stopped being frightened of everything involving paranormal stuff and sorts of that matter. And since I've always loved that kind of thing and I wasn't scared anymore, I started watching, hearing, and reading paranormal stuff at all times, like literally all day, every day. Before I stopped being frightened, I had already experienced some paranormal stuff through the years, but maybe I was just too scared to admit or openly talk about it. Maybe I'll start writing about them as well, but I wanted to start with this particular experience. Since I had been too involved in paranormal stuff for the last 2 years, I guess I attracted all sorts of energy, but mostly bad energy, and worse things, experiences, started happening to me. I know that the more you're involved, the more vulnerable you get. This happened 2 months ago. I was in San Diego with 3 of my closest friends because we were attending a concert, so we booked a hotel room for that matter. The night before the show, we were pretty tired and we wanted to sleep in early so we could rest as much as we could for the show. So I went to sleep in the same bed as my friend, and in the other bed, a nightstand separated them, were my 2 other friends. In the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly and, in the corner of the room, I saw this big black figure that was staring at me, directly in the eye, and I sensed this super heavy, dark, bad energy around the room. I knew that there was something wrong. At this point, the energy was so bad that I knew I was in front of a demon himself. My best friend woke up, and she was really confused because I grabbed her arm and squeezed so hard she started hurting. I don't recall this act, and she told me to calm down and stop accusing her of things she didn't do. She told me I was telling her to stop staring at me and scaring me, to just let me sleep. I don't recall telling her any of that. The only thing I remember was seeing the demon in the room instead, and it was staring right into my soul. After all the confusion and shouting, we calmed down and got back to bed. At this point, none of our other 2 friends had woken up. They were sleeping deeply. I was very, very scared. I think I've never been more scared in my life, but I really didn't want to scare her by telling her I had just seen a demon, so I let her go back to sleep. After a few minutes, I started telling myself to not let him get to me and that I wasn't scared anymore, so he couldn't feed off my fear and he would go away. I know for a fact that if you build up a wall in your mind and don't let it get to you, it really won't and it will go away. So I did that with all the energy I had left. But as I was telling all of that to myself, I sensed a second wave of super heavy, dark, bad energy, if you can call it that way. And the energy was going towards one of my 2 other friends who were sleeping, the one who was just across the nightstand. And I knew this demon had something to do with her. I don't even know how, I just knew. And their connection was so strong that just looking at her made me really uncomfortable and scared. A few minutes went by and I repeated to myself the things I said before, and tried to build a bigger wall in my head, and I did. And eventually it went away and I went back to sleep. The morning after, we were getting ready to go to the concert, and I started talking to my best friend about the night before, and I told her and my 2 other friends that I had seen a demon, and before I got into details about what I had experienced, the friend that had the connection with the demon approached me and looked me right in the eye and told me that what I had experienced was because of her, that she had a demon with her and sometimes it manifested, and that she was so sorry about it, and that I shouldn't be afraid of it, that she wasn't afraid anymore since she had dealt with it for years. The craziest thing about this experience is that I didn't tell her or anybody at that point that I knew they had a connection. I still can't explain how I knew or sensed the connection between them, the demon and my friend, but the thing I knew is that it was very strong. Later she told us that since she was 12 years old, she played with a Ouija board by herself, and she thinks the demon follows her since then. It happened 2 days ago. It was early in the morning when I got the phone call that a friend had passed away. It's not a peaceful passing, because she was fatally wounded in the middle of a robbery. I spent quite a lot of time crying before attending the wake on the same day. I spent a good 1 to 2 hours after the ceremony ended bonding with the rest of her family, revisiting old memories of childhood that we spent together. Then the funeral took place today, in which I was also present, along with my parents and little brother. We got home separately because I needed to buy some stuff along the way for a school project. But when I got home, my parents asked me where I'd been this whole day. I was so confused because we went to the funeral, and they were beside me the entire time. We only parted ways when I had to buy some stuff, but even that I've told them. Their reply was even more confusing, and I'm paraphrasing here. Who is Joan? What funeral? We've been at home all day, but you left early this morning. I immediately pull out my phone with the intention of showing them our pictures together, but as expected, there's nothing. Did I really attend a funeral of a friend that never existed, or am I just having a very vivid delusion? Update. It's been almost 3 weeks since I've experienced this. I went for an additional checkup since I am scheduled for one every 6 months due to my physical conditions. The test results showed neither new red flags nor abnormal spikes from the pre-existing red flags. With this, I also made an appointment with a psychiatrist to determine whether I am experiencing a delusional disorder. So far, this has shown to be inconclusive. After checking and reviewing some proofs that I have, like the stuff that I supposedly bought, and the missing time I had, I'm leaning more to that this is not a glitch, but a memory gap being filled by my own brain's mechanisms, or even in overlapping memories of dreams I've had while asleep and one of the reality. That addressed, I wanted to answer some repeated questions in the comments. I can't find anything on the obituaries with the name I remember. No news whatsoever of said break-in. I also asked around neighbors and friends for the existence of said person, still a negative. I posted here because I thought that this is the right subreddit and I wanted to get the thought out while also having people from their objective point of view take a look on this matter, a differing look. I don't use Reddit actively, only reading and scrolling, filling my time. Thus this empty account, but I do follow a lot of other subreddits and scrolling through the timeline. This is the first time I've ever posted anything apart from that one question that got deleted. I'm still kind of at a loss of what I experienced. Has anyone ever been in this situation before? "12 years ago, I bought my girlfriend an antique ring. It has a unique design, wraps around the finger 3 times. We've never married, so she considers the thing as a kind of de facto wedding ring. It's dear to her. It has disappeared once before when someone we didn't know well stole it from our house. I had an idea of who it was and was able to get it back. This last weekend I was playing a show out of town which had us staying in a bandmate's RV with their family. When we were driving home from there on Saturday, my girlfriend realized she didn't have her ring. She checked her bag thoroughly and then said she had a faint memory of taking it off and setting it next to the sink in the RV. Yesterday, we went over and scoured the RV for it, every nook and cranny. Nothing. She went through every pocket in her travel bag again, twice, and nothing. This morning, right before she left for work, I hear her say, "What is this?" She had stepped on something right in the middle of our bedroom doorway. She picked it up and handed it to me. It was a small plastic black piece of my GoPro. It covers the USB charging port. It had disappeared back in February while at a winter cabin in the mountains, or possibly even while skiing as I was taking videos, and had never been found. I'd actually replaced it through GoPro, but there it was, right in the middle of the floor 9 months later. She left for work and I started thinking that the return of the GoPro piece was a signal that there had been an edit in my inventory, as it were. I suddenly strongly suspected that this meant the ring was back. I went and checked the bag. Right in one of the main pockets, as plain as day, there was the ring. This kind of stuff used to happen to me when I was a teenager, and it seems like it's back. I'm also the guy who posted about the watch that suddenly materialized a few days ago. Needless to say, my reality is feeling pretty fluid right now. I was working as a project manager for an accounting software company. My team had been working with a very difficult client for months. Every time we submitted our work, the client decided that they wanted more, they wanted less, they wanted this change or that changed. We would make suggestions that they ignored, we would submit again, and they would then decide they liked our suggestions. It was dragging on far too long, and my team was getting fatigued. At the same time, my mother's health was failing. She was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer and had about 5 months to live, as it turned out. So I stopped at her house on my way home every day to spend some time with her and check on her. She was a feisty old broad, so she took care of herself until she had to start hospice care 3 days before she passed. So one day at work, my team submitted our latest coding and sent it off to our client. It was a Friday, so I told my team that if this latest work was finally accepted, we would all be leaving work as soon as we heard the good news, and we all sat back and waited. Miracle of miracles, we got that call before noon and our job was finally done. For the record, our software had gone full circle and was 99% the same as our first submission, but whatever, I don't hold a grudge. So we left early that day, just before lunch, which was pretty much unprecedented. And as I drove to my mom's, after some time I found the ultimate best route from work to mom and never varied my route. I spent several hours with my mom that day and we had a glorious time. I remember that day like it was yesterday. I really felt like our time together that day was significant and blessed. As it turns out, I ended up leaving her house at about the same time I usually left work. To get home, I virtually had to pass my office, so I used the same route as when driving from work to mom's, only in reverse. I was slowing down for a stop sign about 10 minutes into the trip when I noticed a car stopping at the opposing stop sign. It was exactly like my car. At the time, I drove a 2003 Pontiac Aztek. Yep, that sad little car that was cool for a minute before it was blown up in Breaking Bad. And my car was absolutely filthy as I just didn't have the time to deal with it. The car opposing me, same model, same year, same filth. I even noticed the same dent on the driver's side rear panel. Of course, I was curious, so as we passed each other, I checked out the driver. She looked exhausted and sad. She stared straight ahead, so she never saw me. And she was me. Same hair, same face, same hands on the same places on the steering wheel. I was driving, past myself. I was going home, but I was also driving to my mom's at the exact time I did virtually every other day. That poor version of me apparently was still being yanked around by a difficult client and was feeling the stress and strain of another hard day, while this version of me was finally done and had a great day with my mom. I saw the car in my rearview mirror as I realized I had instinctively started to brake. But almost immediately the other car turned a bend and was gone. I was shaken, so I pulled over to get my wits back. I kept telling myself I couldn't have seen what I saw. This just had to be some crazy coincidence, but I knew better. When I got home, I called my mom. I acted cool, like I just wanted to tell her I got home safe. She wasn't at all surprised by my call, so I knew I wasn't sitting there talking to her, but there was no question in my mind that I had just witnessed something extraordinary.
I need to work on hands.
15 years ago, I was working part-time at a clothing store in a strip mall in Ohio. I wanted a second job, so I applied at other stores on the block. While sitting down at a restaurant filling out their job application, all of the staff gathered about 10 feet from me and stared. I heard them whispering to each other, "It's Rebecca. Wow, she's back." My name is Rebecca, but this was the first time I had been in this restaurant. I was confused, and then it was awkward walking up to them to give them the application. Yes, they were still all there watching me. The woman I handed my application to looked at it and then looked a bit confused. Huh, we thought you were the Rebecca who used to work here, but you have a different last name. That was kind of a crazy coincidence, but it was just that, a coincidence, so I forgot about it. At the clothing store I worked at, I was reminded of the coincidence when people from the restaurant who used to work there would come in and think I was the Rebecca they knew. It happened multiple times, and people would start conversations with me legitimately thinking I was her. And someone told the person she was talking to on the phone, "You'll never guess who works here. Rebecca from the restaurant." And this also happened when I would pick up lunch for my bosses from the restaurant. Someone there told me that Rebecca moved to Florida a while ago. One day, I was working at the front end of the store putting security tags in clothes, and I saw a woman approach the doors. I can't even explain what I felt when she came in, but when I think about it, I get chills. I knew who she was the moment I saw her. At the same time, we both said, "Rebecca?" She was in town visiting, and her former colleagues told her about me. And we both agreed that we looked nothing alike, and we had no clue what everyone was talking about. She left, and the whole exchange was over in a minute. My manager was in the back, and she was so mad that I didn't come and get her, so she could be a better judge of our similarities. I wish I had done it. I know the story seems anticlimactic, but the thing is, 15 years later, I still remember what I felt when I saw her, and how cosmic and totally eerie it was, without even knowing it was actually her. When I think about it, I get chills that last for an hour afterwards, and chills feels like a complete understatement. It all feels supernatural. I felt a powerful and bizarre connection. For 17 years, I had a black and white tuxedo cat named Rascal. One of Rascal's favorite hiding and chill-out spots was in cabinets. He had learned how to open up cabinets early in his life, but you could always tell when he was going into one because of the noise the cabinet door would make when it closed. They would always take a few times of him opening the cabinet a little bit before he'd go in. So the door would end up closing repeatedly and making the sound, a little bit of a bouncing sound. We suspected that he may have also been playing with the door to make the sound on purpose, as he also used to like to play with the springy doorstop things. Sometimes he'd hide out in the kitchen cabinets, sometimes the bedroom cabinets. Probably his favorite spot was under the sink in the cabinet of the vanity in the guest bathroom. He chilled out here most often because this was the bathroom that got the most traffic, and the sink was how he preferred to get his water. What he would do was wait for someone to sit down in the toilet. Then he'd push the cabinet door open as he'd meow, jump up on the sink, and then he'd give a friendly purr as his way of asking for water. If you didn't immediately turn the water on for him, he'd stare at you, give you another purr, and then maybe bat at the faucet with his paw or mark the faucet with his cheeks. He would be very insistent and demanding until you fulfilled his water request. No, it didn't matter that you had other business to attend to in the bathroom. Once the water was turned on to a steady trickle, he'd put his entire head under the water, then drink it up, whatever fell into the sink from his head. We tried one of those self-watering dishes, both the bottle ones and the cat water slide types, and he just played with the water and made a mess. He wouldn't drink from a bowl unless he was desperate. We assumed this was because drinking from a bowl was something that dogs do, and it was beneath his status as a cat. So, this was the way it was until May of 2015, when Rascal passed away at the age of 17. I tell you that story so that you have the background for the next part of the story. First off, you should know that I'm not a religious person or what you would typically define as spiritual. That is, I've never had much direct experience with anything I could define as being spiritual, seeing ghosts or paranormal that couldn't be explained away by logic or coincidence. I work in IT and tend to be very logical, analytical, and scientific in my thinking. To be brutally honest, I have Asperger's, a form of autism spectrum disorder. I have a very keen sense of hearing and tend to notice small details that often get overlooked by others. One night, about a month after Rascal had passed away, My wife and I were watching something on TV, and I heard the cabinet door in the kitchen trying to be open like the cat used to do. I thought it might be the dog brushing past the cabinet, but then as I looked towards the kitchen, I see our dog laying down on the side of the couch fast asleep. It was then that I also heard that distinct meow, exactly like Rascal used to make. My eyes got really wide, and I looked at my wife to see her eyes just as big and a puzzled expression on her face as she asked me, "You heard that too, didn't you?" Being the skeptic that I am, I asked her, "Maybe, but what did you hear?" She responds, "I swear I heard Rascal meow and try to open the cabinet door in the kitchen." I felt relieved that she corroborated what I heard, but I felt really weird because it was definitely something I could not logically explain. I got up to check the cabinets, mainly out of a last-ditch effort to reconcile what we heard with the logical explanation. My thought was, maybe a neighbor's cat got into here while we had the front door cracked open when we let the dog out. As expected, there was no cat in any of the cabinets. This actually happened again about 2 weeks later, and both my wife and I heard it this time too. She believes it was our cat's spirit and took comfort in knowing he was still around, though I sort of just accepted the anomaly as something weird happened and I can't explain it. The kicker to the story happened about a year later when we had a guest over. She had to use the guest bathroom, and when she came out, she asked, "You guys didn't tell me you had a cat?" My wife and I looked at each other with very big eyes, and then I asked her guest, "What do you mean?" She then said that while she was sitting there using the toilet, she was reading an article on her phone and she heard a cat meow, but she made the very distinct sound that our cat made. She said, "It sounded like a meow, but phrased like a question." Then I heard the vanity cabinet door being opened, and when I looked up, I saw the door closed. I opened the cabinet, but there was no cat there. I thought that was pretty odd, especially since you never told me that you had a cat. I said to her, "We never mentioned we had a cat because he passed away last year. The host's favorite hideout was under the sink in the bathroom in the vanity cabinet." Her eyes got really big and could only muster out saying, "Whoa." We then explained how he passed, showed her pictures of Rascal, and told her some other stories about him. It's good to know that he's still around. My friend and I were driving around the back roads of Ballard County in western Kentucky. It was about 2 a.m. I was driving and turned onto a gravel farm road. As I did, I caught sight of something white and vaguely human crawling in the ditch. As we passed, I hit the brakes, thinking it was a person who needed help. "Are you crazy? Don't stop!" Blake screamed. My friend. I looked in the mirror and saw that it was standing up. Even though it was still in the ditch, it was as tall as the stop sign next to it. It took a step towards us and I hit the gas. As we drove away, I saw in the mirror that it dropped to all fours and was crawling after us. I didn't start pulling away from it till I got up to about 40 miles per hour. Though we were so close to it, I never got a good look at it. It was fuzzy, like it was constantly out of focus. I'm not sure why, but something about it makes me think of it as male. Maybe the height. When it crawled, it moved like it had lizard hands and feet flat on the ground, elbows and knees up and out, body wiggling side to side. This happened when I was around 22. I'm 40 now and have never seen that thing again. I've taken many a midnight cruise along those narrow roads, but I've never had the nerve to go near that particular farm road again. Call me a chicken. I'll cluck happily. One time when I was visiting Lake Tahoe in Northern California, me and my buddies decided to make a night journey to Emerald Bay. There wasn't a normal speed limit sign like I'm used to. However, there was a sign that issued a maximum speed for you not to exceed. And from now having experience on this road, I would say you shouldn't even approach that speed because it just isn't safe. But long story short, I was driving, and it was pitch black outside, and I was trying as closely as I could to maintain the maximum speed, as the roads were very curvy and it was fun. As I'm driving around a rather sharp curve in the road, we end up behind a street sweeper truck which seemed to come out of nowhere and seemed oddly out of place. It was nearly 2 a.m., and the truck was operating as if it was broad daylight. Well, as I got closer to the street sweeper, I had to reduce my speed by a lot. There was a sign on the back of the truck that said something along the lines of, "Do not follow work truck." Well, as I'm driving behind this truck and about to pass it, the letters on the sign start to shift and rearrange themselves. And I kid you not, the new message said, "Drive slowly." And I couldn't believe my eyes that I had just seen this sign change. Well, I passed the truck and I'm going about 15 miles per hour because, well, the sign said drive slowly and I was freaked out. The very next turn we come to, I had to slam on my brakes and veer sharply just to make the turn. And had the street sweeper not have been there and had the sign not have changed, I would have been maintaining my speed like a madman and we would have surely driven off the road. After our adventure, we returned to the hotel, and just a reminder, this whole drive was taken in the dead of night. We make the same exact trip in the morning, and it's obviously broad daylight. And needless to say, we were all shocked as to how different the landscape around the road we were driving on looked than we expected because, well, we had driven in the dead of night, and now we could see. When we got to the part of the road where I had to slam on the brakes and veer just to make the turn the night before, the road made a U-shaped turn, and it was high up on a mountain with no guardrail, and we were looking right over the cliff. And if we hadn't slowed down, we surely would have plummeted to our deaths. Thank you to whoever for saving our lives. I'm getting chills just thinking about this event.
Okay.
I want to preface this by saying that I've had a lot of stuff happen to me on my grandparents' land. It's 75 acres of horror if you're not used to it. I grew up there, so a lot of this didn't faze me too much. So if my reactions are odd, it's because this is my life and I'm kind of desensitized. No, this is not the only thing to chase after me in my car, but this one was different. I was 17 years old, driving from my dad's house on the before-mentioned land. Pretty late, I think it was around 11 or so. I had dropped someone off at my dad's house and was driving back into town to get back to my mom's place. As I was driving down our long driveway, I kept seeing things move in the field. I didn't pay any attention, probably a rabbit or something. Things moving in the grass is normal. I get out to the road and I see something or someone in the ditch just laying there. Me being a girl in a raggedy old car at a place with terrible signal in the middle of the night with no weapon on me, I floor it. I don't care. I figured I could call my dad later to take care of the possible drunk in the ditch. I'm driving down the road, memory of the ditch person creeping me out. I get this awful feeling of being watched. I'm traveling down this road at nearly 60 miles per hour with no signal whatsoever. Okay, maybe I'm just overreacting. Whatever. I still speed up because I want to get signal to call my boyfriend because it would make me feel safer. Then I see something running alongside my car. Well, I say running. It was more skittering. Lanky limbs, on all fours, running and keeping up with me going 60 plus miles per hour down a country logging highway. I think my brain kind of had an aneurysm at this point, because I'm just repeating to myself, What? I'm getting closer to civilization though, so I floor it, getting up to 80 and leaving it behind. I call my boyfriend, freaking out about what I saw. I pulled over at a little church with a light out front, trying to logic it out of my mind when I see the thing again. It's on the road, skittering towards my parked car. Before I have time to pull out of the lot, it's on me, hitting my car hard enough to dent the rear bumper. I scream, squealing out of the lot and driving like a maniac towards town. I get into town and circle around the main areas a few times, calming down before I go to my mom's. Further description of this thing. It's weirdly flat, like someone trying to do a back bend, but not bending. Its limbs were long and spindly, with pale skin stretched too tight across its bones. Has anyone else ever had an experience with a creature such as this? Hey friends, thanks for listening. Be sure to subscribe and click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r Let's Read Official, and give and receive feedback from the community, and maybe even hear it featured here on the channel. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations for just $1 a month on Patreon, and maybe even pick up some Let's Read merch on Spreadshirt. Links in the bio. Thanks so much, friends, and I'll see you again soon.
Man, I love that guy's stories. He finds some really good stuff. But yeah, that's Let's Read. I'm probably gonna put some more on there if you guys want. Just to let you know. So go subscribe to Let's Read if you like that. I'm not gonna be those people who are like, oh, that's not my work. Nope. That's Let's Read. Go subscribe. You will not regret it unless if you don't like scary stories. That's really all he does is scary stories. So if you can't handle a good spooktacular story, I don't know if you want to you want to listen to more of him. But he does have a good April Fool's like series. He does a very good Morgan Freeman impression, and he does a funny story every April Fool's. I freaking love those. I didn't see one this time around, but then again, I don't really pay attention too much because I only listen to them every once in a while. Because oftentimes I'll forget that I have stories to listen to, and I can do that kind of thing. So, yeah. We're almost done with the arm here. So that's a good thing, because I kind of need to start moving on, because it's 4 o'clock and I need to make one more of these after this one's animated. So, yeah. I don't think I'm going to shade this one. I would like to, probably eventually, but not going to shade it this time. Just to save some time. I shaded one last time, and it adds a lot of work to it, and I don't have that kind of time on me right now, and I hope you guys don't mind that. Oh yeah, I gotta do the eyes. Right. Rig. Control J. Remove it. I don't know why all of a sudden, whenever you have something group, they all kind of move together. It's annoying, at the same time useful. I hate it and I love it. In certain situations, which is most of the time, I absolutely hate it because I'm just trying to move one thing, but I can't because it's in a group, and I hate that. I hate it so much. Alright, let's see. See? That's what I'm talking about. My entire group moves. I wonder if anybody would hate me if I just decided to do a quick Google search on how to spell that. Because I can't be the only one that's having that problem, am I? Okay, so now we're just going to create a quick line just to make the rest of the body. So that's just going to come from... Wow, that's small. I didn't expect that to be 4. I thought I clicked 50. Actually, let's go back to smoothing a lot, because I'm just going to try to do this all in one stroke, if I can help it. Nope. erase this part. Gotta get a bigger eraser. There. And let's just adjust that a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Nope. Hold on. Clipping mask. And then I want that color to change to a different color. There we go. Now I can tell the difference. What am I doing? I don't know. I'm trying to make sure it's level and even. Will you please? Alright. Shift, drag, till it's there. There we go. Now it's even. What am I gonna do to change it back to blue? It really doesn't matter. Nope. Alrighty. We kicked butt, we took names, and now we gotta color it. Oh boy. Here's our final line art work. Now we gotta go individually and oh wait, no. The eyes! I forgot about the eyes! Ah, poop. Okay, we're gonna get the eyes now. Hold on. Animation, kids, it's fun. Oops. Clipping mask. Sunny boy. I did this. Okay. Alright, we're gonna go with this. Okay. Control J, J, J. There's open. So yeah, there's 4. Alright. And now we want the eraser. We want to turn on symmetry. Enter. And we're just gonna erase. Okay, we're gonna be smaller. Get in there. I am literally holding my breath. Okay. You gotta hold your breath for that stuff, but I don't know why I do that. I just do. Oh wait, maybe I don't want to erase that part. Yeah, no, I don't want to erase that part yet. People gotta remember, artists have the unique ability of being able to time their breath. It's some things most people don't know. With like, if you're doing like hyper-realism and stuff like that, you'll find that these people time their movements in between their breaths, or just hold their breath the entire time. Not like the entire time, but like for a majority of it. It's hard to explain. But trust me on this. People do this. Wait, what am I doing? Shift down. I know typically the thing you want to do is you want to redraw everything, but with some things I want to keep it consistent. This is not one of those things. Hold on. Yeah. I first want to draw what needs to be drawn first. This is not what I need to do. Yeah, I'm on the wrong color. Everything has to fight me. Nothing can just work. Alright. I'm just gonna redraw that most likely. I don't know. I don't care anymore. I'm just gonna flip it. It doesn't matter anymore. We're just gonna flip it. Yep. Symmetry can be a pain in the butt, you know? It really can be. There we go. Oh, peanut butter. Come on. How come that one came out so much better? Hold on. Oh boy. Nope, nope. just realized the canvas is flipped. Let me reflip that. Why does it matter? Because lighting. Did it flip? No. Okay. Eyes. FR2. Cool, it's like nothing ever happened. Now we're gonna make that one. Same process. I'm gonna save, shift save, and I'm gonna check up on the stream real quick. Oh, right, I moved the dock because it was being annoying. Hold on. Hello? Did anybody hear me? Yeah, you could hear me. Huh. Oh, I know. My speaker's out. That's right. But yeah, we're still going. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's keep going. No, we'll just go from the original. Since we just took a second, hold on. I'm gonna put some more Let's Read on. So, we're gonna do that. Hold on. Oh boy, why am I always so tired? Wake up, damn you. right back to work. Wake up. You got too much to do, too little time to do it. Come on.
It was early summer 2010. I only remember because my 21st birthday had just passed and was finally legal to hit the bars. It was a Friday night, and I was up having a drink at a bar that my cousin David was the bartender at. It was a small town bar that, outside of an event like a band or other entertainment, usually it stayed pretty quiet. It was very early in the evening, and I had just gotten out of work for the night, working at a McDonald's in another small town less than 10 miles from the small town I lived in. I was on only my second drink of the evening when my phone rang. On the other end was a friend of mine from my childhood, James. He was calling asking if I wanted to come over to his brother's house to join them for a night of poker, smoking, and drinking. Sounded like a good time in my book, and since I was literally only one sip into my second gin and tonic, I agreed to make the drive into Toledo. Most people know where Toledo is, but for those who don't, it's a city in the northwest region of Ohio, about an hour south of Detroit. It was about a 20-minute drive from my small town, and figured it'd be a good time. I stopped at home to grab some cash. I only ever about took 10 to 20 bucks with me to the bar to make sure if I ever got caught up having a good time drinking, I didn't screw up and have too good of a time and end up closing down the bar that evening. I left my house at 11:05 p.m. I remember that distinctly because I had called James to tell him I was on my way, as they were going to wait for me and start the poker game at 11:30. We always played a tournament style of poker game where we all put our money in at once,
There goes the duck
got equal
again,
amounts of
being
chips,
annoying every
and
time
played
I
until
want
there
to
was only
slip
one person left
my
with any
pencil.
chips, who then got to keep all of the money. I took my usual route over to my brother Eddie's house, as I had done so many times before. We'd all gotten together, a group of anywhere about 4 to 6 of us, and would play poker in Eddie's basement at least twice a month, usually more. I had just gotten to the corner of Oakdale Street and East Broadway. I was sitting at a red light in an area that's nothing but residential housing outside of the elementary school that sat at that exact corner. I'm sitting up looking at the red light waiting for it to change, which always seemed to take absolutely forever coming from this direction, when I noticed something in the sky that, from my vantage point, was partially hidden directly behind the red light. It was a very bright white light that seemed to be pointing straight down, almost like it was a helicopter using a spotlight to identify something, but much, much brighter at the point of origin. I heard absolutely nothing after rolling down my windows and knew this could not possibly be a helicopter, or I'd absolutely be able to hear it. Wanting a better view, I pulled into the parking lot of an ice cream shop that sat directly across the road from the school I was nearby, and got out of my car to try and figure out what this thing was. When I got out of the car, I stared up into the sky and immediately found it again. It couldn't have been a plane because it didn't have the right shape. It was more oval than anything. Most stories you hear like this say it's circular, but it was definitely an oval shape. I almost thought perhaps it was a blimp given the shape, but it seemed far too large to be a blimp, even by the measurements of some everyone knows about, like the Goodyear blimp. Plus, it had no decals or identifying marks, either silverish or grayish. After what felt to me about 30 seconds or so of looking at this thing, my eyes started to burn. Not burn in the sense of extreme burning or anything like that, but almost like that feeling of when a bug flies into your eyes and causes them to water up. I closed my eyes and began to rub them. My eyes are closed at this point, so obviously all I see is black. After finally getting my eyes to stop bothering me, I tried to look up again, and find only for it to be gone.
There.
I looked all around, but couldn't see it anymore. This is a very densely populated neighborhood with houses, trees, etc., able to obscure any view of things you'd look up into the sky to see. After a little less than a minute, I decided, oh well, time to go play poker. I get over to Eddie's house, which is about 4 blocks from where this had taken place, and knock on the basement door. A few moments go by and no one answers. I decide to go to the front door and knock. Figured maybe since I'm probably 5 or 10 minutes early, maybe they were upstairs on the PlayStation. I knock on the door, but still no answer. Finally, I start knocking very loudly on the door, almost pounding. Eddie finally answers the door and says, "Man, why are you knocking on my door this late?" I look at him, honestly confused, and said, "Well, your brother said to come over and come play cards with you guys." He stares at me for what felt like an eternity and finally responds, "Yeah, yeah, man, I know he did. He called you like 5 or 6 hours ago, man. It's 4:30 in the morning. How late did you think we would be playing?" This scared me a bit, as from what I had remembered, at this moment it could not possibly be any later than 11:25 to 11:30 at most. I attempted to play it off and say, uh, I guess I must have lost track of time. Can I use your bathroom before I head back home?" He agrees and tells me I should splash some water on my face as I look like I'm either drunk or haven't slept in a week. I walk into his bathroom and my eyes are absolutely bloodshot. It almost looks like I have two black eyes. To this day, I have absolutely no idea what happened to me that night. I have no explanation for the lost hours worth of time. How I could not have possibly noticed that much time being passed, or how on earth something that felt like my eyes being irritated by a mosquito or something similar flying into my eyes. I don't want to pretend to know what it was and explain it, or even assume that whatever it was that I saw that evening had anything to do with it. But it's creeped me out ever since. From the moment I started speaking, I would tell my parents about Dodd. I was obsessed with him. I would tell everyone about him. I would talk to him. I'd play with him. My parents assumed it was just an imaginary friend. Lots of kids have them, and considering I'm the youngest of 4 boys, they guessed my brothers didn't want to hang out with the little kids, so I made my own friend. It began to escalate when my mom would find me, 2 or 3 years old, sitting alone in my room having conversations with thin air, and responding as if though someone had said something, nodding, listening, laughing as if he told a joke. I treated Dodd like he was a real person, and I really genuinely believed he was. Part of me still does. I would demand Dodd have his own seat and his own plate of food every single day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Anytime we left the house, I'd scream and cry if they forgot Dodd in the house. He'd have to have his own seat. He ended up having his entire toddler car seat because I was so scared of him getting hurt, and he had to be picked up, set in his seat, and buckled in just like they did to me. My parents had to talk to Dodd the way they talked to me, or I'd get upset that they're ignoring him. I had memories of Dodd, genuinely seeing Dodd with my own eyes. I'd swear on my life that he was really there to this day. He was about a foot or so tall, the size of a small child like I was, but he was a pure white, mostly featureless bipedal bear. He had no face. He had an outward bump where a muzzle would be and 2 indents where he should have had eyes. He didn't wear clothes and didn't have real paws or hands. He almost looked like a gummy bear with round tapered hands and feet and no details whatsoever, but he was solid white and not transparent. He didn't speak verbally. It was more like I just knew what he was saying. I also don't remember him walking anywhere or moving at all, really, but I'd look away and look back and he'd be in a different place. I'd swear on my life, on everything I know, that he in some sense was real. I don't know how old I was exactly. I'd guess maybe around 4 or 5. I went outside with Dodd because he wanted to show me something. He led me around the back of the house to a square panel of sorts that I had never seen before. It was like a tiny door, held with a simple hook latch. I opened it, and inside was a concrete floor, a really low ceiling, and a dusty old red tricycle, the classic little one you're probably imagining. It was full of cobwebs, and I couldn't see anything other than a tiny bit of the concrete in the tricycle because the sun was adjacent from where I was. I climbed in the little cubbyhole and just sat there with my knees to my chest, and I can still vividly remember seeing Dodd standing just outside of the door, facing me. I didn't know this spot existed. I had no reason to. Who tells their toddler about a spooky concrete hole in the back of the house that's only accessed from the outside? Recently, I told my parents about that memory a few months ago, and They said they purposely didn't tell me or my brothers about it because if you go inside that area, about 2 feet in, the concrete drops off into open pipes, wires, and insulation, and since there's no access from the inside, it'd be really hard to find us if one of us fell in. I didn't forget about Dodd for a single day for 6 years. I never let one of his meals go by. I never ignored him for a whole day. I never let us go on a car ride without him for 6 years. But eventually we had to move houses. I had lived in the same house this whole time, and it was the final day we'd ever be at that house, and we were getting into the car to go to the new house. My mom picked me up and put me in the car, and then turned to pick up Dodd and bring him too. When she did, I immediately started crying and angrily said, "Dodd's not coming." I apparently stopped talking about Dodd altogether that day, and for years I'd get extremely upset and angry if someone mentioned him around me. My mom told me she researched the house we had lived in, and apparently there was a little boy years before us that had died when a gas pipe bursted directly in his face. And as scary and weirdly fitting for my faceless friend as that sounds, I don't know if I buy into it personally. I was never afraid of Dodd, and I don't think of him as scary now. I think it's extremely strange, obviously, especially considering that he appeared as a featureless bear and he stuck with me for 6 years, much longer than most imaginary friends. I think it's mind-boggling that he brought me to a place in the house that I had never been in, and that the knowledge of it was deliberately kept from me. Sure, it could absolutely be some absurd psychological thing, or it could be some strange kind of ghost or spirit. But either way, I believe in and still think kindly of Dodd, and no matter what he is, I'm grateful to have had a strange childhood friend.
Good. We are done now. We can color.
The story I'm about to tell you happened in the summer of 2012 in my country, Portugal. At the time, I was living in the north with my parents and my brother, and had extended family from my mother's side living in the south, namely my grandparents, uncle, and 3 cousins. 2 girls and a boy who was 17 at the time and 5 years older than me. Let's call this cousin George. George was a regular teenager. He was outgoing, practiced sports, was a talkative person, a good student, and got along pretty well with me and my family. In said summer, we went to my grandparents' house in the south to pass our time with our relatives living there. Everything was normal at the start. Whenever possible, my uncle and cousins went there to visit us, usually having lunch with us, spending the afternoon at the house, and having dinner. George was his typical self in the first week or 2, being very talkative, playing cards and PlayStation with me and my brother, going for walks with us, basically a very normal behavior. At some point in the summer, George went on a trip to a city in the countryside of England to go meet a couple of friends, 2 sisters around his age who lived there with their parents, and who he had met in Portugal when they were there for vacation. His stay there was supposed to be like a couple of weeks. However, at the end of the first week, something happened. My uncle received a phone call from the girls' parents. They were asking my uncle to go meet them as soon as possible and go pick up my cousin because he wasn't feeling well at all and was showing a strange behavior, which led them to believe that he wasn't mentally able to come back on his own, hence the need of my uncle to go there. So my uncle went to England the next day and brought George back immediately. When me and my family met with George again, we were stunned. He wasn't the same person who had left just a week earlier and who we had known for all of our lives. The altercation wasn't physical, it was psychological. I'm not talking about a teenage mood change. The behavior he was displaying was deeply upsetting. If I could describe it in a word, although an understatement, would be apathetic. George didn't talk, didn't move, didn't show any feelings, and his eyes were dead. The only sign of life he would give would be an occasional groan when we would try to talk to him. It was obvious that he was needing medical help. The days that followed his return consisted of trips to the hospital. My uncle took him on an appointment to a psychologist, which showed ineffective. He then took him to neurologists and psychiatrists, who were also baffled with his state. George had his blood sampled, since his behavior could be explained by having been drugged while in England. But no, the results didn't show anything out of the ordinary. Nevertheless, he was prescribed a series of medications. First week had passed and no signs of altercation. Second week, more pills, more appointments, more blood tests, and same results. George's days kept consisting of him sitting in a chair, not talking to anyone, moaning and sometimes crying softly. My family is Christian and my grandmother was particularly very religious. She started suspecting that his behavior couldn't be explained by science, nor was it a result of some hormonal change or an obscure neurological disease, and frankly, so was I. I knew my cousin, and that wasn't him. I know it sounds ridiculous, but when all the scientific explanations and treatments went out the window, we started believing he was being in a situation similar to a possession, even though he wasn't speaking in different languages, crawling on the walls, spinning his head or levitating, like what happens in certain movies, but it was very telling. So, one morning on the third week since George's return, my grandma managed to get holy water from the priest of our local village. That same day, in the afternoon, when I was in the living room with my cousin, I saw my grandma coming in with the holy water with her and positioning behind him, while he was sitting on his chair. My grandma started sprinkling him with the holy water and saying silently some prayers, to no opposition from him, just with his now typical soft groans. My 12-year-old self was quietly watching this with knowledge of what this ritual was about, hoping it would be effective. After about 10 minutes, my grandma was done. Peter still showed no apparent change. Later in the afternoon, my brother, now in the living room with us, and a couple of more family members, displayed a chessboard on the table and asked if someone wanted to play chess with him. "I can play." We were shocked. It was our cousin. He got up and went to play with my brother. It was a stunning sight to behold, and we couldn't believe it. Not only was he speaking, he was also actively interacting with someone after almost a month. In a matter of a day or two, George went back to being his older self. Since then, no one's ever talked about this with him, and to this day, I don't know if he was actually recipient of the state he was in and of what my grandma did to him, but I don't believe I'll ever ask. From time to time, I still think about what happened in that summer of 2012. It definitely changed the way I view certain things, mostly on a spiritual level, and made me truly believe that there are many things that are simply out of reach of our comprehension. This happened to me when I was about 11 years old. It was the 90s. I had lived my whole life in El Paso, Texas. The culture is rich in folklore and religious beliefs. Many Hispanic families have stories of the paranormal. One legend popular is the legend of the Weeping Woman, aka La Llorona. The legend of La Llorona, Spanish for the Weeping Woman, had been a part of Hispanic culture in the Southwest since the days of the conquistadors. The tall, thin spirit is said to be blessed with natural beauty and long, flowing black hair. Wearing a white gown, she roams the rivers and creeks, wailing into the night and searching for children to drag, screaming, to a watery grave. No one really knows when the legend of La Llorona began or from where it originated, though the tales vary from source to source. The one common thread is that she is the spirit of a doomed mother who drowned her children and now spends eternity searching for them in rivers and lakes. One night, just like any other night, I lived in a trailer with my mom and dad. My youngest brother was staying with my aunt this night. I fell asleep watching Jay Leno as usual, and when I woke up, I was on the sofa in my living room. The time was 4 a.m., which illuminated from the stove in the kitchen. The television was off, and normally I had a light on, but this time it was pitch black. I woke up and I heard a horrible screaming that was coming from far in the distance. The screaming was coming from a ditch that was a few feet away from my home. I heard it and thought I was hearing things. I asked myself, am I dreaming? Then I started to hear the animals outside howling and whimpering. These animals that I speak of are cats and dogs. As the screaming got closer, the animals continued to cry. The screaming was something I have never experienced ever before. It sounded like I was in a big hallway and a woman was screaming her guts out down that hallway. Then, in all the screaming, I started to make out words. Those words being said by whoever this was at 4 a.m. screaming their guts out shocked me. The woman was saying in Spanish, "Oh, my children." In a huge panic, I quickly got up from the sofa and ran to the kitchen, which was right next to where I was asleep. I turned on the closest light and looked around. The screaming didn't stop. In fact, the screaming only got louder and closer. I questioned my sanity at that moment. Was I going crazy or hearing things? Then I thought to myself, this is real, and the animals are responding to it in a negative way. So I did what any other 11-year-old boy would do in a moment like this. I ran to my mom and dad's room. I reached for my mom and shook her awake wildly. She woke up slowly, and to my amazement, the screaming faded away as she woke up. I started asking myself, what in the heck is going on? And then I told my mother, "Mom, do you hear that screaming? The crying lady." My mom was half asleep as she said, "Go back to sleep, it's just your imagination." I told her, "No, this is real, please listen, don't you hear it?" My mom quickly just said, "You're dreaming. Go back to sleep, it's gonna be okay." By then, the screaming had faded long away, like if whoever was screaming knew that an adult was awake. I was terrified as I returned to the living room and quickly turned on the television as I left most of the lights on as well. I didn't go back to sleep until the sun came up. I couldn't believe what I heard and witnessed. I was treated like a crazy person whenever I told my story. It got so bad that I kept my experience to myself. To this day, I don't care what people think of my experience. I know I heard what I heard. A couple of years later, it happened to me again. This story takes place after the first incident with a woman known as La Llorona. Not much happened after the first time I heard her. An incident occurred with my aunt about a year after the encounter. According to my aunt, they were sleeping and suddenly there was a horrible sound coming from the ditch located in front of their house. There is a street in between the ditch and the house, but her house and the ditch are really close to one another. It was about 2:30 a.m. when my aunt was awoken by screaming of a woman coming from that ditch. She figured maybe somebody had been hurt or was being attacked. She walked out to the front yard looking towards the ditch and saw that there was no woman. My cousin, her daughter, walked out the front as well, asking her what was happening. My aunt, of course, had no idea as the screaming grew closer. Then they saw her, a woman in a white dress. The only thing that shook them to the bone was that the woman had no feet and was clearly floating. One other feature that threw them off was that this woman had no face. They both just turned after seeing that and ran inside their house. My aunt locked the door and called the police. The police showed up minutes later and took their claim seriously. El Paso PD was soon looking at the area where this woman was seen and heard screaming. The police soon returned and said that there was no evidence that a woman was there. They looked at the area where the woman had been seen walking and not even footprints were found. One of the police officers even asked if maybe my aunt was dreaming everything that happened. The next day is when I went over to visit and I saw my cousin like I had never seen her before. She had black bags under her eyes and she hadn't slept since the incident. I asked her what happened and she said she saw what my aunt saw. The screaming woman with no feet and no face. It took her a while to sleep normal again. She never heard or saw La Llorona again. But to this day, she won't deny that she had witnessed something that she couldn't explain. Unlike my cousin, I don't have the luck of avoiding La Llorona. It was in the early 2000s when I worked here in El Paso, Texas at a local supermarket named Big 8. One of the shifts that I worked was from 3 a.m. to 12 p.m. The store was located in the lower valley of El Paso. In the back of the store is a small ditch. One early morning at about 4 a.m., I had the back doors open, and I was taking the empty milk crates outside in the back. I was working with two other guys at the time of the incident. One of the guys' names was R. Thought it would be funny to close the back doors and lock me outside as a joke. When I heard the doors close shut, I knew he was just messing around. I thought to myself, I'll just stay quiet and wait for him to open the doors again. I wasn't going to give in to his joke or trying to scare me. I stood by the door smiling and thinking to myself, he's not going to scare me. I could hear R laughing on the other side of the door. I thought to myself, well, the joke's on him because I'm not scared. About 1 minute later in the far distance, I heard screaming. Just a complete guttural screech. And I thought to myself, it's the same screaming that I heard when I was 11 years old. The screaming got louder and closer to me. I felt a chill down my spine, and I felt that I was being watched by some unseen force. I felt a sense of hopelessness. It was a feeling unlike any other. I started pounding on the door. I yelled for him to let me in. There's somebody out here. I pounded my fists and started kicking the door, screaming for him to let me in. I could still hear R laughing on the other side of the door. I started to kick the door harder. The screaming was now coming from right behind me. Just then, R opened the door and said, "What is that?" Just then, I ran inside and locked the warehouse door. R asked, "Why was that lady screaming? Did she need help?" I told him that I don't think that was a lady. I told him what had happened to me when I was younger. R told me, "Jay, don't you think maybe you're cursed, or do you think maybe she's following you?" I stayed quiet when he told me that. I couldn't work my shift normally after that, and it took me a few hours to get over what happened. I admit I was scared, and maybe R was right. What if she was following me? There was one more incident that took place after. In 2015, I started working as a custodian at Cedar Grove Elementary. Behind the school is the border highway, then the Rio Grande, of course, covered by a huge metal fence that separates Mexico from El Paso. I worked the night shift from 2:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. One night, I was stuck working with another custodian until midnight. Right when we were about to leave, we do a walkthrough of the school to make sure all the doors are locked on the outside. I worked with another custodian named C. C always told me that he had never believed in ghosts. Until that night, I can say. We walked to our cars, and just as I was about to leave, I saw that C had opened his hood of his car. Then he asked me, "Hey Jay, can you give me a jump? My car battery's dead." I told him yes, of course. Just as I stepped out of my car, a loud screaming came from the Rio Grande. All of the animals in the nearby neighborhood started howling and crying. Once again, the screaming resembled a woman screaming her guts out in the hallway as it echoed all over. C looked at me and said, "Oh my God, is that a demon?" I told him, "No, C, that's La Llorona." He looked right at me and said, "No way, she can't be real." Then I said, "I've heard it before." Then C responded, "Hurry, please, let's get out of here." I gave him a jump, and just then we saw a Border Patrol Jeep speeding towards the screaming woman. And just then I thought to myself, I can record this and share it with the world. I took my phone out, and just as I hit record, the screaming faded away. C and I looked at each other, and he said, "What in the world?" "Sorry, Jay, I'm leaving before that evil witch comes back to get us." We both left, and the very next day, C was telling everybody at work how we had heard the witch crying the night before. That was the last time I encountered her. I don't think it's the last, as I feel that she may choose who hears her or sees her. I have other paranormal stories, as I was part of a group here in El Paso, Texas. We've investigated many historical locations. I also got the chance to investigate with Amy Bruni and other celebrities that have visited El Paso. This is a whole other story for another day. But thanks for listening, and in time, I may have more stories to post about La Llorona. 24 years of life, I have never been on a train. Roller coasters, most definitely. But an actual train, no way. From the time I was little, when my grandma and mom would take me to Six Flags in St. Louis in the summers, I was beyond excited by the time I got there, simply from the sleepless night tossing and turning, from pure excitement of what I got to do the next day. But I always did what every kid between the ages of 7 to 12 does. I had a blast at the park, then was asleep as soon as I hopped in the back seat of the truck when we left, not to wake up until we pulled into the driveway. I was never scared of roller coasters, not even the ones with a loop. I was always the one leading whoever was with us down the long path of the line you'd go through to get up to the ride. One by one, and coaster after coaster, I always knew that usually about halfway through our visit, I'd be too chicken for a certain ride that, still to this day, I've never had the balls to get on. The freaking train that takes you around the park. That's right, the choo-choo train. Why? I can't tell you for the life of me a single reason or even possibility as to why I'm so terrified of trains. Now fast forward around a decade to the time I'm 20 years old. I live in a small town in southeast Missouri, and my mom lives in the house right next door. Every so often, I go next door and watch TV with her and my baby sister if I get bored. She also finally came to terms with the fact that I smoke quite often, and when my sister is visiting my grandparents across town, I'll sometime come share a blunt with my mom. But this time in particular was all three of us. I'm laying on the couch, my sister is at her princess table in the corner playing with something, and Mom just came in from the kitchen with the plates of taco salad she just whipped up for us. She sits down and I randomly had it on that show, I Shouldn't Be Alive. About 15 minutes into it, after she sits down, she said this. You know, this reminds me of what you told me when you were about 3 years old. Thinking she was talking to my sister, I turned my head from the TV and she was looking at me. I said, huh? She then went on to tell me that when I was 3 years old, I randomly started talking about my other family. Apparently, from what she told me, my two sisters, my mom, aunt, and our cat were all headed somewhere, and we had all died in a train crash. At first, I was laughing hysterically. That's hilarious, thinking that maybe she was messing with me. But then she swore to God that I randomly said that when I was about 3 years old. In that moment, something made sense that I've never in my life been able to find reasoning for. My fear of trains. Now, can someone help me with this? Could she be serious? I'll be 25 this year and still think about this pretty often, and I truly have no explanation for any of it. I moved into my house in 1985 after the birth of my second daughter. From the start, there were strange goings on. My living room door handle would rattle every night, but because it was next to the front door, I put it down to drafts. My husband was home one night, and I was wide awake trying to fall asleep when I watched a monk walk into my room, round it, and out through a wall. I was shaking my husband awake, shouting, Look, there's a monk." But he was too late to see it and said I was dreaming. We argued about it. 6 weeks later, I'm home with just my 2 kids, and again I go to bed, and the monk appears again, reading me the last rites. At least that's what I thought. I shouted that I'm not Catholic, and he disappears instantly. Then my eldest daughter said to me one day, "I like that old lady." I asked her which old lady, and she responds, "The old lady that comes in my room to read to me every night." My husband said she was just dreaming, and we left it at that until I heard her quietly speaking one night. She was sat up in bed, eyes wide open with her arm held out like she was holding someone's hand, and looked directly at someone. I asked what she was doing, and she just put her arm back down, laid back down, and went to sleep. I thought, yeah, she's dreaming. When she mentioned the old lady again, I asked her to describe her. She said she had gray hair and round glasses. Anyway, we never really talked about it again, and I knew if there was a problem, my daughter would tell me. 3 years later, I had my son, so I moved my girls to another bedroom I'd previously used as a junk room that had always given me the creeps, as once I heard a woman laughing hysterically in there, and when I opened the door, there was no one there, but the rocking chair was rocking by itself. I just closed the door and thought, fine, whoever it is having fun. Then the real activities started. My youngest girl would tell me about a man who would stop her from coming to my room at night and made her go back to bed. She swears to this day, over 30 years after it happened. Then one night I heard my youngest girl shouting for me over and over, so I run upstairs to go into her room and I stop dead in my tracks. My girl is stood up out of bed having a tug of war with her quilt with something. The quilt is in the air with nothing at one side, holding it up, and it's being tugged by my daughter and by whatever else has hold of it on the other end. I think I was in disbelief and say typical mom stuff like, "What on earth is going on?" My daughter says, "He won't let me have my quilt." At this point I realize I'm not imagining this, and neither is my daughter. So I shout, "Get out of my child's room, and do not ever bother her ever again. You're not welcome." Then what I can only describe as 3 lines of light whooshed so fast it was a split second, went over my shoulder and out the room. I put my daughter back to bed and told her to shout if she needed me. I look back and so many paranormal things have happened and are still happening in this house. I can't believe the lack of money and a mortgage. I bought this house after 2 years of living here, have managed to keep me here for 34 years, and keep so calm about the stuff that's happened. I put the experience down with the monk as dreaming, like I said, because even if I thought it was true, it's ludicrous. Why would a monk be in my room? Until 2 years ago, I started researching my area and found out the land my house was built on actually belonged to a monastery. In 2018, the Saturday before Christmas, I was out on a birthday bar crawl on the Lower East Side. We were all getting a bit bored with the crowd and decided to go back to one of our friends' apartments to take a breather, listen to music, and decide what to move on to next. Cut to me realizing I had 10 missed calls from various members of my family. My uncle had been rushed to the hospital and didn't make it. My uncle was the youngest of my mom's siblings and was more like an older teenage brother to me than an uncle. We grew up together in a very close family. I don't think I realized how quickly grief hits when you get news like this. The sound of my father's voice cracking and straining to get the words, "He didn't make it," out of his mouth was more than I could handle. I crumbled into a pile of tears right in the middle of the kitchen. In a daze, I made my way back up to Harlem, trying to pull myself together and figure out what to do. I couldn't get anyone in the city on the phone. I couldn't get myself to call anyone in my family, so I needed to suck it up and get home that night. Mission accomplished. Flight change, bags packed with the help of my neighbor, and a couple of Klonopin to get me home. All of this to get to the point of the story. I'm barely able to keep myself together as I wait on the subway platform. The change of tickets and my lack of savings just wouldn't allow for a taxi ride to the airport. Just as I feel like I'm about to completely break down again, I notice a man in a lightly colored, absolutely beautiful suit. He had blonde, bobbing curls on top and shortly buzzed on the side. I turned to take a bit more notice, then saw his face. Strange to say, but I can't recall anything about it now. It's a blank space and a very detailed memory. The only thing I can remember about his appearance was that it absolutely took my breath away. It wasn't in a, "oh my god, this man is beautiful" kind of way. It was sheer admiration for the absolutely perfect and symmetrical face. So here we are, the only 2 people waiting at the stop on 145th. The man seems to be almost giddy with joy, as if he was seeing the world for the very first time. Not a crazed, forced happiness. He seemed as genuine as a child in Disney World seeing the Magic Kingdom for the first time. When we boarded the subway, he sat mirrored to me. I was in a far left seat, and he on the opposite side of the train to the right. It was was quite crowded, but I looked up at some point before the 125th stop to see that he was staring directly at me. It wasn't scary. It was as though he was waiting for me to finally notice him. All he did was look me in the eyes, nod his head in confirmation, and wink at me. It gives me chills to remember it. The comfort that washed over me felt like a warm embrace. I felt the security of a child who had scraped their knee, that feeling of mom making it all better. I was able to get myself home, head held high, and without the help of Clonopin. I'm not a religious person. I have scuffed about God, and I've felt resentful when anyone brings up their beliefs. I don't know how to explain it, but I have this deep feeling that I saw an angel that day. All alone and navigating through intense emotions, I truly feel this man was sent to me to give me comfort and strength to get home. It almost feels embarrassing to type this out, but I have no other explanation. For background, I am a 15-year-old Irish fella called Ross. I come to school in Ireland. I'm now in third year. At the start of second year, I knew a fella who joined the school. I was in charge of showing him around, and we've been good friends ever since. He is Portuguese, and his name is Tiago. I'll call him T for this story. His school bag is fairly small, bright red. He's a bit shorter than me. His hair is quite short and brown in color, and this will become important momentarily. One day I was upstairs in my school. It was break time, and I was going to my group's usual spot. I turned a corner and saw T walking along the hallway. This was weird because, at the distance I was from him, I would have seen him come up the stairs. I didn't think much of it at the time. I sped up to catch up to him. There was another corner coming up. He rounded and I followed suit. Except he wasn't there. There was a staircase going back down and two bedrooms, one for the lads and one for the lassies, but no T. Considering how close I was behind him, he would have had to have sprinted towards and then jumped down the stairs or jog into the bathroom. If he went for the stairs, I would have heard. He must be in the bathroom, I thought. I sat at the bench and waited. T was the first other person in the group to arrive. He rounded the corner and left his bag down. The realization hit me hard. He wasn't in the bathroom. I asked him if he had already been up there, to which he answered that he hadn't. He had no reason to lie. Now, I know what you're all thinking. It was probably someone else. First of all, the person I saw looked exactly the same as my friend from the back. Second, no one else in the school has that bag to my knowledge. I haven't seen anyone else with it, that is, and third, the only place the person could have gone without sprinting down the stairs, which I would have probably caught a glimpse of anyways, would be the bathroom. No one came out of the bathroom that I didn't see enter already. Finally, my friend is a fairly distinct character. Not many people have the same body build as him. Now, I know this may not be terrifying, but I truly do wonder if this was some sort of glitch in the Matrix. Potentially me seeing him moving in the future. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Be sure to subscribe and click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/Let's Read Official, and give and receive feedback from the community, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And join my Discord to interact with me and other listeners directly. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations for just $1 a month on Patreon, and maybe even pick up some Let's Read merch on Spreadshirt. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all these stories in long compilation form and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the bio. Thanks so much, friends. And unfortunately, this will be my last video ever. April Fools.
Okay. I am not done for the day, but I do need a break My eyes just, they need a rest. I need to walk around. I've been doing this for hours, even before the stream. So I need a break, guys. I won't stop the stream. I'll let it keep going, but I'll keep the mic off and all that other fancy dancy stuff. And I'll just kind of set a timer saying of when I'll come back and get back to work. I think it'll be anywhere from like 30 minutes to an hour. I don't know. I haven't had it for a while. Well, it's already 5, so probably 30 minutes. Yeah. I just need a break, guys. Hold on. I gotta shift my dock so I know where everything is. So. This is just where we're leaving off for now. We're gonna come back to it. Hold on. There we go. Now it's saving. I gotta get it done today regardless, and I have to make another one today. I don't know which character we're gonna be doing, nor what animation to be doing it with, but we gotta get it done tonight. Because tomorrow we have more to do. And I'm hoping that streaming will keep me motivated to keep going, and I hope you guys are enjoying it, regardless of how big I am. Oh, hi, person. I don't know if you're still there. Chris Foxy. Hi. Well, again, I don't see anybody. But yeah, we're gonna just take a break. Hold on, I'm gonna do a thing. Cool. There we go. We're gonna put that up there. And I'm gonna also put this up there. Hold on. Making sure I don't get screen burning. We're gonna mute myself. Watch. Oh, there it goes. Okay, I'm back now. I'm tired still, but I'm back. We'll figure this out soon. I hope I have a simple character. I really hope I have a simple character I could draw. I don't know how much more. Oh, there it goes. Okay. I had it on my phone for a second. Alright. Mm-hmm. Hold on. I'm putting this here because I noticed I had someone comment before and I didn't see it. So I'm just like, oh, hey, yeah, that's a thing. So I'm just gonna put that there. Hold on. So let's make it 65. Okay. And there. Cool. No screen burning. That's good. I'm just getting reacquainted here, guys. Hold on. Oh, that's where my mouse is. I'm so tired. I was going through OBS trying to find my mouse because it shows up on screen. Ah, oh, jeez. Oh man, I messed up. Boy, oh boy. Just give me a second. My brain's booting up. It's like we're working again. Why? Why are we doing this? Because grades matter, I guess. Oh man. I found some more what you call it. Let's read stuff. You might switch to B-Busta. Maybe Mr. Creepypasta. We'll see. I'm not into creepypastas nowadays because they're a little too predictable. Because I've heard too many of them. I have officially went through every creepypasta channel multiple times. I've listened to all of their recordings. So yeah, I know too much. Okay. My hip is still sore. Usually it takes about an hour for my brain to be like, okay, I feel good now. But I didn't want to wait an hour because I don't. Oh, it's already 6 o'clock. I don't want to be here all night because I know I can't keep up all night. Like, I only have so much in me. I can only do so much before I'm just like, I'm done. And I gotta get 2 of these done. At least try to. I don't know how long my homework tomorrow is gonna take, but I'm hoping and praying that it doesn't take too long. Also, here's the project. We gotta continue. We're putting in colors and details. We're gonna continue on with the ear, so. Yeah, we don't need any of that. Get the ear back. Okay. And also, this is all misspelled because I'm working with half a keyboard, and at the time I was typing it, I was too lazy to move. So, yeah, they're gonna just stay that way until I finalize and export everything. Excuse me, I'm sorry. But I am not at the same time. We gotta go through each piece and make sure that every detail is correct. So that's gonna be fun. Yay. At least we're not doing shading, so this should be going pretty quick. Inverse, and now we can do the dots. My dots. I want to make it cleaner. I also am gonna need the head. Yep. That's what I was thinking. Ooh. And then I'm gonna put one over here. Couple small one. Here. There we go. And then we're gonna take those colors, put some colors in here, kind of refine those shapes and make them more organic. How's that look? Nice. I like it. Not too much, not too little. Just right. Cool. Then we're gonna fix the line out. We're gonna Control V. Gotta hide the head now. I think what I'll do is instead of just using this brush, I'll use a feathered brush so I could kind of blend them. There we go. Yeah. I'll go back into that. There. That's pretty. We'll do that. And then this color. You always want to go back around the outline of your work. Oh poop. Because once you start animating it, you're going to have this weird line around it that everyone will be able to see very clearly, especially with if you have your parts overlapping, like how I intend to have them. I'm going to fix that in a second. Just bear with me. What's the opposite color of yellow? Purple. So I'm gonna get purple out real quick. So that'll be the easiest to see it. And then we're gonna make it hide. Okay. I said okay. I know it kills your eyes. It kills my eyes. But guess what? It helps see. So, am I gonna complain? No. Because you get to see that stuff. I just don't have the precision. There you are. To tell me otherwise. I want that brush, please. No. Fudge, where is everything? Come on. There we go. There. I'll make it look nice and clean when you're in animation. Okay, that's one ear. Turn that to green. Close that out, and now we get this ear. Please don't be a person knocking on my door. I do not want to deal with people. I freak out every time I hear something by my door or just outside. Heck, even above me. I have people who constantly stomp, and they're just annoying little humans. But what can you do? Because no matter how much of complaining, you never win. How much did I go down on that one? What about that far? There. That looks good. We can do that. I feel like I'm making a Neopet. Why? Why must you do that? Why is that a thing that people like to do? It makes absolutely no sense to me. You're either gonna get yourself killed or somebody killed, and you're just gonna tear up your engine for no other reason than you can. Really, it makes no sense. I want that. We're gonna need the head back out and about here. see both eyes together. And eyes. Ears. I like it. It works. The tufts. Yeah, they need more work. Okay. We need to clear out the head, and then we need to clear out that selection, and then we need to go to the type ear tuft and select the right color. And that's gonna be fairly easy to mimic. It's just, hold up. Apparently I don't know how to zoom anymore. Yeah, it worked. I really don't like how sloppy that looks though. Went too far. There goes my computer lagging. Yeah, it's laggy. I don't know, guys. If it's gonna lag on me, I'm gonna stop streaming, but I've gotta keep working. Oh, peanut butter. Come on. Oh yeah, I forgot about that step. Hold on. I have to go back a step real quick after this. Yeah, that works. Alright, before I go into any more, I have to go back and re-soften up the sides so none of it's showing. No. No more space. I'm happy I said no shading. I can't tell you how happy I am because that saves so much time. Holy cow. I didn't realize how much time I'm actually saving by saying no shading, and I'm like, yes. The power. There. Alright, now we got that part in. Oh, I didn't go back through the body and I didn't do that there. I got it. Yeah. I don't know, would it matter? I don't think it would. Oh, maybe a little bit. No. Yeah, no. I don't think it matters. Yeah, not on the body. Okay. I'm saving time. I still would do it if I cared more, but I don't. I'm tired. I just want to get this done and get this animated so I could sleep. I want to sleep. Okay. Yeah, that works. Okay. Now I gotta do the soften edge. Okay, hold on. There you go. There we go. That's it. Another layer bites the dust. Okay, for the head. shouldn't be too bad. The heads has some different colored patches first, so I gotta go into line art and fix that. And come here. I need you. Thank you. So, has a little orange nose. Now I'm gonna probably change the fill of the teeth to this, so that way they're a little bit more noticeable. I don't want to look in green though. Blue. Well, there's kind of a color scheme going. Hold on. Oh, maybe reddish. Maybe a little bit reddish. Yeah, from afar that looks a little bit better. And then I'll distinguish the teeth a little bit more and give them a different color than just straight up white. Because they won't be able to be seen otherwise. There we go. That looks better. Give them little pupil colors. Oops, wrong layer. Always double check you're on the right layer. I gave them these little dots because I was like, oh, that's cute. I'll do that. What color is this muzzle? White. Okay. How's that look? Ugh. Don't connect that. That's a bad idea. That was a bad idea. Though I do like the smile showing up a bit more like that. That's a good choice, I think. Yep. Alright, so for the horns, those are always gonna be nice red. thought that was too close. Oh, and then his tufts. That's right, his tufts of fur are different colors. I also want this to be this color so it looks better, more cohesive. It's a trick. Nope, poop. attention to that nosy of his. Okay. I don't know about the yellow smile anymore. That's a little much. Oh no. Oops. Yeah, I'll work with that. That will do. Yeah. And then once the eyes are filled in, there'll be more burst of color. Yeah. I like it. I'm thinking what else needs to be done. I gotta fix up the lines on the bottom here. I'm trying to see if I could just omit the whole erasing part of it. Trying to see if I could get away with not doing it. I don't know. Because I could see it. I'm just not using the right brush. That's why it's a pain in the butt. Okay, maybe that'll do it. I just don't want that being shown in animation at all, even if there isn't a chance. And it's just the eyes and then the arms. Awesome. And then all we need to do is animate this sucker, and then I could go to bed, because I doubt we're going to be able to get 2 in today. So we're going to just try to squeeze in another one tomorrow, or pray that my teacher will save me and give me extra time, because he's cool like that. He would do that. I want that fill, so just want to make the eyes pop more. Oopsie. Oh yeah, that'll make them pop. That's not what I wanted at all. Yeah, kinda. I don't know. There we go. 105. That will do it. Now I really don't know about that green because it's right on the red. Maybe if I change it all for red. It's too bright. That's I gotta get rid of that green to really be sure, cause that green, mm 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 mm. There's just too much red in that one area. Yeah, that's better. That's just, I don't like that. Why is this so hard? I'm getting there. This one's actually quite tough for me to kind of figure out. Why isn't it coloring? That's why we're not on the white whale. Oh, whoa. Are we drawing that all on the wrong layer? Okay, we were drawing it all on the right layer. Okay. Mini heart attack just then. I dig it. I can live with that. Ow. I scratched my nose and there's something in it hurts and I don't know how else to explain that. Okay, moving on to the next eye. I think I'm just gonna color all these and then leave. I don't want to do this no more. I really don't want to be doing this no more. Where did my other eyes go? voice though. I don't know why all of a sudden that's just too. It's like, hey, what's up? Can you please close? Thank you. I done goofed. Green. This one I think is just barely amount of fill. just the arms, and then I can leave. Peanut butter, what was I using? That's right. I like it. I think it gives a good sense of like to the two old ones. Yeah. And give the paws. Oh, peanut butter, come on. Oh, I don't have a mask. Just worth the mask on that one. Huh. Okay. I don't know what happened to my mask, but whatever. We'll just make a clipping mask. So I just don't care right now. There we go, and he's done. Now he's ready to animate. There. Nice green background. That should do it. Ready to go. Ready to do animation. Woo! I don't want to animate them right now. That's a lot of exporting. Time is it? 7:30. I think that's a good day's worth of work. Yeah, this is good. Final product. We did it. Yeah. Look how cute he is. Ain't he cute? Yeah. Excuse me. Alright. I'm calling it a good night. Good night, everybody.